What's up, hackers? Welcome to TTI Live. My name is Taggart, and today, as always on Saturdays, we're going to start with some cyber news before we jump into some more Windows hacking, continuing my own personal journey toward understanding Kerberos like at all. But first, let's do some cyber news. Just a couple of stories from this week. The first one that I have to talk about is this unbelievably annoying story about the Lockbit ransomware group. Now, everything that Lockbit does is annoying, but this was particularly frustrating. Here's what happened. So to hear them tell it, right? The way that Lockbit talks about themselves is as a business, and they have affiliates who do their bidding. So Lockbit themselves aren't taking the blame for this. They're saying that an affiliate did. What did they do? They ransomed a hospital again. In this case, they ransomed the Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto. Now, here's the thing. The ransomware was detonated on December 18th. That is how long since the hospital has been attempting to recover, and mostly has, or had, before Lockbit gave the hospital a decryptor and formally apologized for attacking this hospital. And a couple things. One, if you attack hospitals, you are the scum of the earth. You are the lowest of the low. And I don't care about affiliate or not affiliate, or like who was responsible for it. First of all, you're a criminal gang anyway. So you don't get any. The words ethics and ransomware actor should not be used in the same sentence, except to say that they don't have any. And so I was getting a little frustrated by some takes on the interwebs that I was seeing this as this story broke, saying, well, what do you know? Honor among thieves. No. They're just concerned, first of all, that this is going to produce more heat for them than they're willing to handle. And by the way, they're not even consistent about it, because it turns out that this isn't the first hospital that Lockbit has attacked. Right now, or not right now, but previously, Lockbit attacked the Centre Hospitalier Sud Francilien. That's not for the Versailles Hospital, but that was a French hospital that was attacked as well by Lockbit, and $10 million was demanded, and patient data was eventually leaked. So it's not even that they're consistent with their no hospitals policy, it's just that they didn't want this one to produce any additional flack for them. Probably because the name was Sick Kids. Because, I mean, imagine having to explain that, oh yeah, we attacked sick kids. So, TLDR, there is no honor amongst ransomware actors. They're just trash, especially the ones who attack hospitals. We have a new supply chain attack to deal with, sort of, and this one impacts the PyTorch machine learning library for Python. Now, if you don't do any sort of machine learning or anything like that, then you're probably not going to have to worry about this, but PyTorch shows up in a few projects, and it's worth knowing about this because it's a big enough thing that it's worth knowing about this. So there was a nightly build of PyTorch that was compromised with with upstream dependencies being taken over in the PyPy package manager. So basically, something that PyTorch relied on was compromised. PyTorch then got it, and then PyTorch being the bigger of the two packages, that's the one that we're concerned about. This was a nightly build that was released between December 25th, Merry Christmas, and December 30th. So if you weren't running nightly builds, you're good. But if you were, then there are a few things you can do. First of all, there are hashes you can check to see if you have those builds. You can also check versions, or just make sure that you have the latest versions of PyTorch, and maybe stop running nightly builds on anything that is concerning. Yeah, nightly support's a little bit tricky. There are reasons to use it, just don't use it anywhere sensitive. Okay, last story. And this is just kind of another one of our long series of cloud services getting compromised. We were dealing with LastPass, and now comes Circle CI. Circle CI is a continuous integration, continuous development, or deployment CI/CD pipeline tool that has been around for some time. And this isn't the first security issue that they've had, but Circle CI announced on Wednesday that there was an incident and that users should rotate their secrets. Now, one thing I will say about Circle in this particular case is that they have been really good about updating their customers about what's going on. I have seen updates almost daily since this incident, making sure customers know what happened, what is safe, what isn't safe, and explaining how you rotate your credentials if you are a Circle CI user. So I'm really happy with what I'm seeing here. There's a lot of writing. They've been providing daily updates. They may have learned about how not to do this from LastPass, but that's good news too, right? So if you are a Circle CI user, make sure that your credentials are rotated. You might want to watch for bizarre usage of those older tokens if you have alerting for that someplace, potentially in AWS or elsewhere. That does it for the week's news. So, as you know, I've been working a lot on getting my Windows hacking up to speed because I'm going eventually after the Certified Red Team Operator certificate. I'm hoping to do that in the next month or two. And I really struggle with the Windows side, especially the Active Directory side. It's just not natural for me, right? I'm a web app hacker, but I've been trying and I've been practicing a lot. And so we're going to be doing another Try Hack Me room that isn't the Throwback network that we have been working on. Why? Because Throwback is really big. It's also a little unwieldy, and there are parts of it that don't have to do with what I'm specifically trying to focus on here, which is Active Directory hacking. So there's another Try Hack Me room that we're going to go through, the Exploiting AD room. It's a little bit newer, and I think it'll be a good test bed for some of these concepts. We're also going to use the Sliver C2 framework, and I've been learning a little bit more about how to do this with Sliver. And so there are some tricks that I want to share that I've learned to make this a little bit easier as we go. All right, so let's get into it. I see your question, Killer. Let me get everything going, and then we will jump right in. All right, so Killer was asking, I know you've used LastPass. Have you changed that? I sure have. The latest compromise was like, that's what did it for me. That's what did it for me. The latest compromise was like, okay, enough is enough, and instead, I went to Bitwarden, and I've been very happy with it. It was an easy transition. So if you're looking for a new password manager, I like Bitwarden a lot. I don't have anything against 1Password. If you like 1Password, I can see the comments like, I use 1Password. That's fine. If you use KeePass, that's fine. I don't recommend it for most users unless you are super technically, yeah, that's fine. Go do KeePass, that's fine. I just don't recommend it because I think it's too complicated for most folks. But if you're super technical, then yeah, have at it. Okay, so I've done a little bit of pre-gaming here. We're in our Exploiting AD room. That's not what I wanted to click on. And I've got Sliver up and running. So the Exploiting AD room is a little bit tricky. This kind of series of Active Directory rooms has a domain controller, and you have to set up your DNS in Kali or whatever to connect to it. So the way that you do that, the way that I found is easiest, is you can either do it from here if you're using Kali and edit your connections and set this up here. If, however, this is disabled, like if you can't hit the gear here, which is true for me, you can get to it with NMTUI, the Network Manager Terminal User Interface. And that's probably the second easiest way to do it. So you edit the connection, you go to your wired connection, you go to your IP4, and then you add the DNS server right here that corresponds to the domain controller listed in your network diagram. Once that's done, you would restart your network manager, sudo systemctl restart network manager, and then you should be able to hit it with nslookup. So if we try nslookup za.tryhackme.loc, I'm getting a callback from the correct IP address, 10.200.79.101. So I know that we're good there. I also obviously am good because I've already connected to our initial provided credentials and our initial foothold here. So in terms of Sliver, what do we have going on? Oh, good to see everybody here. Ginge, OreoBite, Vanny, and Owen. Welcome all. Okay, so you can see all these things that just got installed in Sliver. So what we're going to do in Sliver, we've played with Sliver and we've executed external .NET assemblies before, but Sliver has a lot of stuff inside of it that you don't need to use .NET assemblies to run. So if you look up the Armory in Sliver, there are these external packages that are available to you, and they're essentially beacon object files, right? Most of the time, or other sorts of extensions. And if you're not familiar with beacon object files, they're a way of running sort of arbitrary code inside of the running agent process. All right, take your time fetching this package information. I think this is because I'm in the other... Whenever you set up another DNS server like this, it slows down all of your network connections that don't have to do with that DNS server. Okay, so let me move this window over a little bit because there's a lot more to see. You know what? I'm just going to close this. Yeah, okay. So here are the bundles. There's .NET Execute. There's .NET Pivot. There's .NET Recon. C2 Tool Collection. I'm not going to go through all these. You can see them here. The ones that I have installed are the .NETs, so Execute, Pivot, and Recon. What does that get me? Well, it gets me like Sharp SMB exec and WMI exec. I have crack map exec through C# here, which is kind of cool. I also have, very importantly for this, we have Rubius and Certify. I have those now as native commands. I also have Sharp Chrome, which is kind of cool. And you can do, there's situational awareness, very, very handy. So there's like LDAP search, there's the password policy as well. And then we've got ADCS stuff as well. So all of this is kind of built in. And you can get, once you have installed them, they're available here. You can see if I run help Rubius, you can see I have Rubius as a command. Now, the help won't tell you the Rubius commands, right? You still have to go look those up. But you have the command natively inside of your Sliver sessions as opposed to running it through execute assembly. One thing to be aware of, though, when you're running these, especially in a red team context, is you want to make sure that you're doing it in an OPSEC. Is that really the term I want? No, not really. But you want to make sure that you're doing it in such a way that it's not easily detectable if you are going for stealth. And so a couple things to be aware of. The in process is very handy here. What that means is that it won't fork and run. It'll run reflectively. And that means that you won't see a bizarre child process. Alternatively, you can run the -p. By default, when this thing fires off, it's going to fire off in a notepad.exe executable. Don't have it do that. Pick another executable for it to masquerade as, right? So something that's on the system that won't look too suspicious. Edge is usually a good one if you want to play with that, or even if you're elevated to system, you can do something like SVC host because it won't look as weird, right? So just be aware. Those are a couple of things that you might want to attempt, right, when you're running these commands. And then, if applicable, AMC bypass, things like that. Okay, let's get the rest of the setup. So, as I said, we have. Let's extend our time here. we have an initial access. They've already given us a starting user. And that's what I've connected to our first machine with, right? Our THM work 1 machine. And yes, I am preparing to take notes here. I'll take a picture of this. Why not? Is Flame Shot not running? Oh, shame on me. Yeah, Flame Shot's not running. Let's fix that. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So that's kind of our beginning diagram, so I don't have to draw my own. And we'll start with THM work 1. And I'm also, as I did before, I'm going to make a loot section here. We have Justin.Barnes. And we have a password for Justin. We're just going to save that. As a reminder, I'm using Joplin for notes because I am in love with Markdown, and also because with Joplin, I have the option of encrypting my notes end-to-end. So if I sync it to a service like OneDrive or Joplin Cloud, which is what I'm using, they're encrypted end-to-end. So Joplin is, in fact, a safe syncing tool to use for offensive operations because of that E2EE option. Something that Notion does not have, and something that I don't believe that Obsidian does either. And so that difference really changes it for me. All right, so let's get our initial foothold. So Sliver's up, but I need to generate a profile for our session today. So let me give ourselves a little bit more room here. Okay, so I have an exploiting AD, but I think the IP address is wrong. So I'm going to do profiles RM exploiting AD. Yeah. And then, because that was like an old try at this. So we're going to do profiles new, and it's going to be MTLS. To do MTLS communication, you have to give it the IP address. And so what is our IP address? 10.50.78.126. 10.50.78.126. Default port is quad 8, which is fine with me. The format is going to be shellcode. No, it doesn't have to be shellcode. It can just be a straight executable. I'm not going to use my dropper for this. We don't have to be that crazy about it. Does Joplin have a command line option to end-to-end encrypt files that are not already in Joplin? So you can import notes. You can import stuff into Joplin. And what Joplin has, Oreobyte, is it has some command line stuff, but even better, it actually has a TUI. Check this out. Joplin has a TUI. So if you install this, you can run this, and it gets better. You can run it just like this. So here's like notebooks, notes, and the note itself, right? And this is sort of the command pane under here. But you don't have to edit in this, because Joplin will also trigger your whatever your environment variable editor is. So if you want, you can set up Joplin, run it through the TUI, and then edit your notes in Vim. If you want to be cool like that. Or open it up in VS Code. Like, anything that you set up as your editor will run. And then when you save it, it'll save back to Joplin and handle everything else for you. I think that's pretty neat. So over the last month or so, I've been basically weaning myself off of using Notion for all but Husky and I have some stuff we do organizationally for the business in Notion, but other than that, like for my personal note-taking, I've been doing Joplin because I felt like all the cool stuff that Notion can do was getting in the way of me typing notes. And so I'm just more of a plain text guy. And so I felt much more comfortable just like I would have a course video on half my screen and then Joplin on half my screen, just writing Markdown. And that was really working for me. Okay. We're making a profile. The format is going to be executable. And I think that's pretty much all we need. I'm trying to think. Because I don't need to worry about Shikataganai. I don't need to worry about anything else. Got to name it. So we'll call it Exploiting AD. Okay, so now if we look at profiles, you'll see I have Exploiting AD. It's a session instead of a beacon. It's a Windows, and our IP address is correct. What we'll do now is we will do profiles generate profiles generate and Exploiting AD. That will then compile our new executable that we can then drop on our initial target. These are large, right? And so if you want a smaller first stage, you can do droppers. And in fact, you even can do stagers in Sliver. If you want to do HTTP or HTTPS, it has that capability just like Cobalt Strike does. Not necessary for this particular operation. So for delivery, since we already have a PowerShell session via SSH, we could do SCP too if we wanted. But since we already have a PowerShell session, we might as well just drop it with wget. So over in my other window here, I'm going to go to my payloads directory, which is where this thing is going to save to. And what's in here right now? I am going to remove basically all of this. There's nothing in here that I need to keep. Okay. And I'm going to split my pane here because I know that I'm going to need more than one. And up here, I'm going to fire up a Python HTTP server on 8443 just so I have a way of delivering it. Just vamping while this thing compiles forever. One thing you do have to watch with these networks is that you don't let them die. So they'll stay up as long as you continue to extend them, but once they go down, you have to start from scratch. And that's really unfortunate. And that's a problem I was running into with the Throwback Network. It's something I've run into with Hollow before. I just wish, I know it would be technically tricky, but I really wish there were a way to either save state or as you go through one of these networks, that there were like checkpoints to unlock, right? So that you can kind of get back to another pivot point that you had established, just because otherwise it's like there's a lot to do here and it's difficult to do it in one sitting, right? People are busy. And I don't think anyone's doing it in 2 hours. Chat know of any platforms that also provide such AD networks to practice hacking. So I think the best ones are like the ones you can make, to be honest with you. The ones that we've done on this stream, right? Like Bad Blood or the vulnerable AD stuff from Waze Hell that you can set up in your own lab or set it up in like AWS or Azure or something. Azure, really. I think those are really the best non-try hack me options. I know Hack the Box has a couple as well now. I think the good ones are paid. This song sucks. There we go. But no, it's a real problem. As a matter of fact, I'm trying to come up with a way to generate better versions of this in my lab as well. So for example, setting up, if you want to focus on doing resource-based constrained delegation, right? If you want to practice that thing, that there's an Ansible playbook that you can just deploy to a domain controller and say, set this up with these, like with this service account, delegate to this, right? That you have that set up and just to practice on that. Because one of the problems I found with some of the other AD rooms is that when they have all the vulnerabilities, they'll randomly generate misconfigurations, but there's no guarantee of overlap. So there's no guarantee that you have a pivot the way that you would like to have in a full practice. So that's just one thing that I've noticed. That was definitely true for Bad Blood, right? Bad Blood will make 1,000 accounts and do some different stuff in there, but there's no guarantee that there's overlap. And the same is true with the Ways Hell lab. Honestly, you know who has a good one? You know who has a good one? Is Joe. Joe Helly. Let me see if I can find it. Got 72 repositories here. Yeah, AD generator. This right here. This is actually a killer lab. It requires you to have a lab set up, but this is the PowerShell script that will produce a vulnerable lab. This is a really good one. And if you haven't done Joe's TCM course, movement, pivoting, and persistence, you should do it. It's really solid. Okay, we now have our payload, potential millisecond. I'm going to rename that to pm.exe. I do keep the payload names the same because, or sort of the same, because that's how the sessions will be identified in Sliver, right? In terms of what got generated. And so you'll see that as we deploy it. Let's go deploy this thing. Get that IP address. Okay. And then we'll just wget pm.exe, pm.exe. You know what? While I'm thinking about it, there's another thing I think we'll need. Yeah. It's just power view. And I don't think I have that script saved, so I'm going to get it. Because I think we'll need it at some point. So I'll just save that in scripts. Okay. And the reason we'll need power view is because of some of the Bloodhound stuff. Okay, we have now gotten our payload onto the system. Let's fire it off. And I got to start my MTLS listener. No session, sad face. Let me try that again. There we go. All right, we have a session. We're on hostname. I love how it just gives us all of this right away. And so let's use that session. Okay. So from here, what would we like to do? First thing is, let's find out what kind of pros I have on this system. Not much. But we have our initial entry here. Now let's go through here. So the first thing they want us to do, actually, is look at Bloodhound data, which they have given us. But if we wanted to run it for ourselves, could we do so? Yes, you could. Right? We could do sharp hound 3. And this will start talking to the domain controller and getting information. There it is. And then if we look, if we ls, now you can see there's a bloodhound.zip if we want it. And I do. Now, this is essentially identical to the one that they've provided, but check out how easy it was to download that .zip. So we have Sharp Hound built right into Sliver, thanks to Armory. Let's load the Bloodhound data. The users of the big list. Well, we can at least here, we can see what other stuff. Okay, so obviously there are a lot of domain accounts on here. And there's a service account. Thank you very much. It also, just by looking at this, it also appears as though we have some sort of tiered access accounts, right? There's T2, and if we scroll up, is there any T1? No T1s, but we do have a couple of T2s on here, which is interesting, right? All right. Bloodhound data is sorted. Now let's start with Justin Barnes. Let's mark this user as owned. Okay. And we're interested in tier 2. So tier 2, admins. Cool. Let's do shortest paths to here from owned. Nice. So our objective is to get to Caroline Dawson. To do so, it looks like we have a generic write and a force change password. So actually, I don't want lines, I want arrows here. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3. And so generic write is really interesting. Over IT support, this group here. So that's where we want to get to. I'm just playing with Flameshot at this point. Flameshot has completely transformed my workflow. Because it's so easy to annotate. And you don't have to pay for a Snagit license. Okay, so we want to go to... we shouldn't have that in loot, though. Let's see. We want to go... from here to here. So how do we do this? Luckily, Bloodhound will tell us. If we click on generic right, go to help, abuse info, what do we see? I'm more looking at your use of, hey Chad, looking at your use of Joplin over my use of Obsidian. Note, the note app wars are as dumb as the text editor wars, right? I've said before, reasons I use Joplin, the end-to-end encryption is, I think, a pretty showstopper feature for me. But also, Joplin is completely open source. And I have a rule for myself that whenever I can use an open source tool without sacrificing features or functionality, I do it. Generic right to a group. So how do we make this happen? You can do it with net, right? Like net user or net local group, or sorry, net group rather. But in this case, we're going to do password. And this is why we wanted power view. So how do we get power view? We can do it through Sliver, but we don't have to for this one because we already had that PowerShell session via SSH. So we'll keep this up for the moment, but also we're gonna add something to our existing PowerShell session. That's why we got power view. So I'm gonna copy scripts powerview.ps1 over to the payloads directory so that I can grab it, right? So here, what we'll do is we'll grab powerview.ps1. By the way, don't do this in real life this way. You will get caught. At least rename it, because powerview itself is a detection. And then we're going to pipe that to invoke expression. What that will do is import those functions into our existing... that's going to fail. Sorry, I forgot a step. Use basic parsing. All right, then invoke expression. Down comes power view. Lovely. Okay, now we have access to the power view functions that allow us to easily like create users and do stuff like that once we have the permissions to do so. Now, in this particular case, what do we have the permission to do? What do we really do? If we look at Bloodhound, it tells us that we have the permission to do a generic write to IT support. So basically, we're going to add Justin Barnes. We're going to add ourselves to IT support. IT support users have the ability to change passwords over T2 users, one of whom is Caroline Dawson. So what Bloodhound has done is said, okay, you're going to any T2 user will work for this, but in this case, we're going to do Caroline Dawson. So we're going to change Caroline's password, then we'll know it, and then we can log in as Caroline, and then we will be a tier 2 admin, and then we'll see what we can do from there. So let's get that generic write instruction back up. By the way, you can look at the help here, but also Bloodhound has the same documentation available in web form in their documentation, and I think this can be a little bit easier to read. Right, so you can see them all over here. Here's generic write. Oh, they've gotten rid of the see the abuse under add members edge. So if we go to add members, abuse info, there it is. So what we'll do is exactly this. We're going to create a new secure string. And we'll, password 123 is fine by me. We'll use that as our secure password. This part's a little bit confusing if you haven't done it before. It took me a while to get my head around this part of it, just doing the PowerShell stuff. And I saw GoPro was playing with this too, and it's a little bit confusing. So what are we doing here? We're creating a secure string, which is a type of data that can be used to create it's a password, but passwords are not the entirety of a credential. A credential is a different thing. It requires a password, but it's not. It requires a secure string, but it's not all it is, because it's also a username, right? So we have our secure password. The next thing we're going to make is this credential. Call it cred, and new object, system.management. This is where it lives, namespace wise. Dot automation dot ps credential. And here, the username is the username you currently have. This isn't your target. Okay, it's not the thing you're taking over. This is who you currently are, because this is the credential you're going to pass to the domain controller to authenticate you and authorize you to do stuff. Okay, so this is your current credentials. So our username in this case is za.tryhackme.loc/Justin Barnes. Okay, so that's the username, and then the password is going to be, the password is the secure password that we just made. Okay, so now we have a credential. So what we'll do then is this is where PowerView comes in. This next step, this add domain group member, this is a function available through PowerView. And so that's why we went and got it. So we're going to do add domain group member. Thank you, autocomplete. The identity is the name of the group that we are adding to. In this case, it's IT support. The member is going to be, and you don't need to do the domain for this, Justin.Barnes. Because we're adding ourselves to the IT support group. And then we pass that credential that we just made. Like so. Oh, except I'm a doofus, and password 123 is wrong. I was explaining that whole thing like, oh, it's our credentials. Yeah, except that's not the right password. So we will fix this. All right, let's reproduce the cred. Good. Now, done. And then to confirm that it worked, let's use get domain group member. Identity IT support. That's too much information. Let's select member name. And there's Justin Barnes. So we know that we've added ourselves to the IT support group. So that worked. We have now taken over IT support. At which point we can then force change password. So let's go check that out. Force change password. Okay. Now, this permission, it takes a minute, apparently, for our new powers to propagate through the domain. So some ways that you can force that are to log out and log back in, which we can do easily. So if this fails, we'll try that. But hopefully, as I explain this, then that will give it time to propagate. So very similar, right? We still have our cred. And then now we can basically just set the domain user password. And we're doing that for Caroline Dawson. Right. I'm bumping on that because it was like, it's really close to the name of the character from Captain Marvel, right? Doesn't matter. That was Dr. Lawson. Changing the password of a user would be very noisy since the user won't be able to log in anymore. It depends on the user, but yeah. Well, and also depends when. It is noisy, but it's also not impossible to do because they won't know why it happened. And also, if they have current logon sessions, they'll still be fine for a little bit. Yeah, it's not something that I would necessarily choose first, but in this case... And honestly, tiered accounts are better targets for that, right? Because they're not used constantly, right? A tier 2, if you're doing it correctly, those are used for elevation. And it's entirely possible that they're not used frequently. You can also find that information out, right? If we go to Caroline Dawson here, we could see like, when was the password last changed? We could see when the last logon was, right? And if it turns out it was like a while ago, but it's still an active account, that's a great candidate to change the password because no one will notice that it's not working anymore. So in general, yeah, changing a password for a user is going to be noisy, but not all users are created equal. So let's go get that data. Right, we're going to set the domain user password. The identity is we also want to, before we do that, we're going to create a new pass. We're going to do another convert to secure string. And this one we will do password 123 as plain text. Force. Okay. And then we will set the domain user password, identity, T2, Carolyn Dawson. I have that right? It's underscore, then dot, right? Yes. Okay. And account password. New pass. And the credential is going to be our cred. Boom. We've now reset Carolyn Dawson's password. So that's kind of cool, right? How do we abuse it? Lots of ways. We can log right back in with a different SSH session if we wanted to. Maybe easier would be to do this. Run as.exe user za.tryhackme.loc T2 Carolyn Dawson. And pm.exe. Password 123. And there is Carolyn Dawson's Sliver session. Thank you very much. Let's switch over to that one. Carolyn is an admin. So right off the bat, we're just going to fire up get system here and get ourselves a system shell on here as well as the T2. If we run from the SSH context, are we still in session 0? If we run from the SSH context, we're still in session 0. I don't think I know what that means. Oh, do you mean like if you kill that SSH session, does that die? Yes. If we log out of Justin Barnes, then that's a child process. Okay. Because that is true, but okay. Windows, because why not? Size process either session 0 non-interactive 1. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're in session 0, you can't do certain things. It's a good question. I think we're in interactive, but we'll find out. No, it's not process level. It's session type. Windows SSH process spawns with session 0. Could be. I mean, so far we're doing okay. Let's drop into a... I mean, we're using the Carolyn Dawson. Everything looks okay. I mean, if need be, we can certainly fire it up another way. And incidentally, there's another way we could have done it. Because we could have also done a make token. I don't know how to do that, Husky. Can you show me how to do that? Look at my current process context in Sliver. But if we need to, we can create a new token for Caroline Dawson through here with Logon Interactive, which would sort that problem out. And then fire up the service that way. Or fire up the session that way. That's another way to do it. But now we've owned Carolyn Dawson, so we can mark that as owned. Okay. So what's next? Well, let's go over to our system shell. Hey, Trash Zeppelin, thank you for the follow. And Sanix Darker and Ricardo and the first third. Wow, and Lord Caffeine. I missed a bunch of these. Ethal, I appreciate all those follows. And Triz, thank you so much for the resub. Okay, so we're system now. And it's time to run some Mimikatz, I think. Now, Mimikatz doesn't have... So there are built-in, like, cred dump things inside of Sliver. But I don't actually like them very much. Those I don't like. And for whatever reason, there isn't like a get hashes the same way there is in Meterpreter. So that's fine. That's why we have sharp collection. So here, oops, we're gonna execute assembly. Why did I do that? There we go. And then sharpcats.exe. Now, sharpcats works a little bit differently than regular mimikatz because you pass it commands this way. So in this case, we'll do cred dump. Or no, we'll do logon passwords. Incredible. Okay, so we got logon passwords. What all did we pull from this? All right, we have NTLM hashes. We had that for Justin Barnes. That's not new. We have some machine account stuff here. Justin Barnes. We have NTLM hashes for other users, which is handy. That's pretty cool. We have ooh, okay, so we have a T1. There's a T1, but I don't see hashes for that user. So our next move would ostensibly be to that T1. So how are we going to try to get there? Let's look at tier 1. So we're missing a step, unfortunately. What else can we do with sharpcats? We can try Credman. I doubt. Well, there was W digest, so it's possible. Nah. You can also dump the SAM, but the way that Sharpcats does dumping the SAM is it reads from volume shadow copies, and so there have to be some first. I don't believe there are any in this, and so just be aware of that. If I can avoid it, I don't necessarily want to dump, drop Mimikatz on this. If I have to, I have to. Let's see where we are vis-a-vis the actual walkthrough here, or the actual things we're supposed to complete on the room. We're making good progress in the network. It's just that we have to tell TryHackMe about it. So which ace would allow you to update? Force change password. Or generic right? Yes. What is the value of the flag stored on the desktop of the administrator on THM Work 1? Well, we can certainly get that. Cat C users administrator desktop flag.txt. Oh, flag 1. There we go. Thank you. All right. Oh, Kerberos delegation. Great. This is fun. Okay, so this is exactly the thing that I needed to practice on. So this is where you allow certain user accounts to work on behalf of others via Kerberos. A couple different ways to do this. So we're gonna divert from what the walkthrough here is looking for, because I have been banging my head against this for a long time. Husky knows this. Ginge knows this. Ginge is running ahead of me. He's got the CRTO, and has gotten his head around this, and I'm still in the quicksand here. But a few things that I've kind of worked out from my own. First is that the methodology shown here is like rough. And you don't have to do it this way. There are other ways to do it. So first of all, we're gonna move away from Sliver for just a moment. It turns out that there are a lot of cool things you can do right from a machine if you have access, if you're in the network, right? Or if you're proxy, but in this case, we're in the network. With good old Impacket. Impacket has a bunch of tools here that will be of use. So what do we have, right? We have get AD users, which we could have done instead of some of this stuff. We could have even run a temp Impacket Mimikatz if we want to. But what's really cool here for our purposes, they're telling us that there's delegation. So there's Impacket find delegation. All right, cool. And we basically are just going to give it saw.try hackme.loc, and we can give it anything for this. In our case, we'll give it t2 carolyn.dawson. Yes, exactly, Husky. If you can even do this if you don't have immediate access to the subnet, if you have a SOCKS proxy running through a beacon. Precisely. Okay. It's asking us for a password. We will give it password 123. Hey, look. Delegation. Okay, so that's handy. Let's take some notes here. Okay. G2 Carolyn.Dawson to password 123. And then we found delegation. So what does this mean? So the SVC IIS service account has constrained delegation with protocol transition, delegation rights to THM server. That's super important. Why? So it's delegation rights to not another account, but to a machine. Okay? So what we can do here is we can take service IIS and using that, grab a TGT, and then impersonate a user, in this case maybe a T1 user, and then add service tickets for these services, WSMan and HTTP, add those, inject those into our session, and I believe that will get us with that T1 account from our current session over to this server with the T1 account. So let's give that a try. So I want to take notes on this. So the delegation is SVC IIS. And it has HTTP on THM server 1. And it also has WSMan on THM server 1. And this is the notation for the services. Okay. How are we going to go about doing this? Well, our walkthrough here is telling us to do Mimikatz. I ain't doing Mimikatz for this. What I am doing is Rubius. So let's go back to our T2. Let's use our okay. And let's run Rubius. Let's start with Rubius Triage just to see where we stand right now. Nothing. Okay. Let's look at Rubius K-list. All right. But that's understandable. For the moment. Now let me see if that output is different on the session or the system session. C1 Rubius K-list. Like you'd expect. There we go. And then Rubius Triage. Lovely. Okay, so I'm gonna stay in here for the moment. Cool. It looks like some other folks have done this. Someone has the T1 account injected into this logon user ID. Whatever that happens to be. Remember that these are not entirely isolated networks. Yeah. You can see there's Michael Cameron, some machine account stuff, which you would expect. And then there's Carolyn Dawson, which presumably is ours. Hey, Zach. Thank you so much for the follow. Okay, so from there then, what we can do, this is kind of fun. Sessions. Let's go back over to our Carolyn Dawson. Use 36. Okay. Rubius. First thing we're going to do... Hold on, where am I? Just cuz. Okay. So we're going to do Rubius. Ask TGT. Oh, wait, I'm skipping a step because we still need to get the service account password. Which we don't have yet. I've never run Mimikatz this way. This is kind of cool. Okay, so let's see. We'll say... So impact get Mimikatz. And then the target is going to be... Target IP is... you right here. Oh. Sorry, that was dumb. At thm work 1 dot hack me dot loc. There we go. Password 123. Nerds. All right, therefore, this is the part that kind of drives me crazy. I don't want to put Mimikatz on the system. That's a real bad idea. Although, just last week, I saw somebody attempt to do it in real life. Overpass the hash and obtain a ticket to use the auth instead. The problem is overpass the hash requires AES keys, and I don't have those either. Like, what the problem is... Hold on. If I use C1, Mimikatz has a PS1 file you can load into memory. It does? We already had the assembly. The problem was that it just didn't work. Right? When we did log on passwords with Sharpcats, I'm not entirely certain why. Well, let's just run without any commands. Give me everything. I am looking for... Yeah, for whatever reason, I don't see the IIS service. So I want to see if there's anything else that Sliver has to help me out here. It seems like a pretty glaring omission from the Armory stuff to not have... Oh, wait, I know there is one. I know there's like a nano dump that'll give you the LSAS dump. Powersploit has invoked Mimikatz. Yeah, I figured that I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to do this with a minimum of PowerShell, knowing how simple it is to get caught that way. But let's see. Oh, wait. Sharp sec dump. Yeah, PyPyCats might be the way to go here. Sharp sec dump. Come on. Chromium key dump. Nano dump. There it is. And oh wait, hold on a second. Let's see what Credman does. Armory install. Windows credentials. That's probably how I should have been doing this in the first place. Like I said, it seemed like a pretty big omission. There are many ways to hit LSAS. That is true. Hey, by the way, if you haven't joined our Discord, you should. And the reason you should was, or one reason you should, is because we do cool stuff like resume reviews. Last night, we had a group of about 20-some folks come by, and we did live resume workshopping with Husky and I and a few other folks. Redacted resumes were shared, and we talked about what looks good, what could use some improvement, and some of the strategies that we used for the resumes that we submit for applications. So it seemed like folks enjoyed it. And we will be doing more of those things in the future, including mock interviews. Right? So if you're interested in applying for IT security positions in particular, but if you want to practice other kinds, we can have that conversation about sysadmin or anything that we have experience in the community about, right? We're security focused, but not exclusively. Oh, snap. Okay, so HandleCats requires LSAS PID, which is 580. Okay, so HandleCats 580. Session 0. Indeed. Okay. I mean, this is the, it seems to be working out okay. I can even spawn a shell from here and interact with it. Like everything seems to be working okay, but Cred backup credentials fit with error code 1168. Interesting. I think that might be a defender catch. All right, let's do help nano dump. The problem is that this is just going to give us the sliver help. Yeah. Oh no. Those are actual. Those are actual arguments. Okay. So nano dump, 580 for the PID. Where are we? I don't want to be in system 32 for this. Users T2 Carolyn.Dawson. Downloads. Okay. And okay, so we'll do nano dump 580. The dump name is foo. I do not want to write the file. Signature used for evasion. Default. No handle to the LSAS process was found. Now, all right, so Husky's saying it's because we're in session 0. If true, then we need another way of getting at this thing, which we can do a number of different ways. Probably the easiest is to fire it off with session -1. Great. All of these are fired off at session 0. I mean, maybe. I'll tell you what. Let's remove all doubt. Let's ask ChatGPT. In Windows, a session, servers run in session 0, while user applications process run in other sessions, usually session 1 above. I don't know. I don't understand why that would prevent a handle to LSAS, though. I don't know how accurate this is either, right? It sounds good, but who knows? Well, again, we'll remove all doubt. We'll thm work1 za.tryhackme.loc. And let's log in as Caroline. And we will kick it off from here. Right? Okay. Okay, let's get system. All right. Hey, good InfoSec kid. Good to see you. Yeah, so The problem is I cross-stream to YouTube to save the recordings, but I can't monitor 2 chats at once. It's a little bit wacky. Okay. Now, I don't know this is going to do any differently. No. I don't think this makes a difference. Yeah, proc dump 580 will do a memory dump. I mean, at that point, you might as well just run Mimikatz on the system. So just go get it. See how it's hanging on that resolve? That's the DNS server for our domain controller taking forever. Oh, that made a mess. Didn't it? Let's put that in here. Okay. Okay. Let's upload. You know what would have helped us out a bunch is that new Brute Ratel capability. Brute Ratel now has the capability of running arbitrary executables as reflections in its own session, which is rad. They don't even have to be .NET assemblies. Oh. Well, that's fine too, actually. Hey, look. It's dumb. I always forget the actual command for this because I use Sharpcat so much more frequently. What is it? LSA dump secrets. That's what we want. Someone else got here first. Yeah, I saw that. That's the problem, is that Sharpcats doesn't have the thing we need. Which sucks. Okay, so we're doing LSA Secrets. Sure. From here. There it is. That's what we needed. That was the missing part. Okay, so now SVC IIS password 1 at. Cool. Okay, I'm closing this because it doesn't seem like there's a difference with our sessions here. We still have the other ones. Okay. What we're going to do is now ask, because now we're trying to do our delegation. So, and if I get this wrong, please correct me. First thing we're going to do is we're going to ask for a ticket granting ticket as the service IIS user. So we can use any of these sessions here to do that. We're going to use Caroline Dawson's, but we could use any of them. What we're going to do is ask for the TGT. Once we get the TGT, the next part is that we're going to ask for 2 service tickets, one for HTTP and one for WSMan. The service tickets will be impersonating the T1 user that we're after, or a T1 user that we're after. But the service that we're gonna, the MSDS SPN, the service principal name that we're gonna use is these 2 here. Does that make sense? So the service, once we get the ticket granting ticket, what the service tickets we're going to ask for these services, but we're going to impersonate the T1 for it. Which then, once we have those tickets, we can inject those tickets into a logon session and use those tickets to move laterally over to THM server 1, I hope. That's a big I hope. Now, okay, so just to answer these questions, which Kerberos delegation type allows for delegation of all services? Unconstrained delegation? Yes. Hooray. Resource-based. Resource-based. Is that right? No. Role-based? Role-based. Constrained. Delegation. What am I looking for there? whatever. Which constrained delegation service allows access to the file system via delegation? CIFS? Yes. What is the value of the flag? So now we're ready to do this. All right. Here we go. Let's give this a shot. So Rubius. Oh, wait, who are we? Yeah, we're T2, so Rubius. And where are we? Let's go to our users, T2, Carolyn, Dawson, downloads. Yeah, nice and clean. Okay. All right. Rubius, ask TGT, user, SVC IIS, password, this, password 1@. And the out file dope. Okay, so we have our TGT. That's part 1. Part 2 is using that to get our 2 service tickets. And this is a little bit tricky, because it's not just... Yeah, there we go. It's S4U. It's service for user, right? So, or services for user. So that's the command we're going to be running. And if we look carefully, we have some pretty handy commands here. Impersonate user. But we can also use MSDSSPN. And so we need the TGS as well. Okay, so we do need to get the service ticket first. Okay. Okay, so we're going to forge... There we go. So we're going to forge the ticket. The service ticket. And then to impersonate the user, then we go and get the actual service tickets. Yeah. Okay, so service TGT, T1 service ticket, and then 2 service tickets. Delegation service tickets, I think is the way to put that. So Rubius S4U user SVC IIS ticket SVC IIS.Kirby, and then impersonate user. And what user are we going to impersonate? Let's just pick one. Oh, snap. Caroline Dawson has a T1 account, too. Let's become Caroline's T1. All right. We have ourselves an impersonation ticket. At which point we're not going to impersonate user. Now we're going to do This part's a little bit tricky. So the TGS that we're going to use is the T1. Oh, this got gross, so we'll turn it into this. Yeah. Okay. And then the MSDS SPN that we're after is just run this again. Yeah. We'll get HTTP first. So what's happening here is so what's happening again is that this service IIS account has the ability to delegate to that service on this machine, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to take that capability, but kind of slide it to the T1 user that we want to impersonate, and by doing so, use that T1 account to move to this machine. If I didn't explain that correctly, please let me know. But I think that's close. All right, we'll just yank that. Okay. And then the out file for this, we'll call it Now, let me ask you, those services are delegated, but do we need to request those specific services? Yes, we do. Because in order for us to move to this thing laterally, right? Because it's resource-based constraint delegation. So what are the resources, right? So in this case, we don't have CIFS. That's like important. CIFS is not one of the services that we have access to. If we did, this would be crazy easy because we could just get CIFS and then move over the file system, right? Like over the SMB shares. But we can't do that. We have to use something else. WSMan is the trick here. Let me rephrase, are we limited to those services? I believe the answer is yes, we are. In this particular case, right? Because it's resource-based. We are limited to what we have delegation rights to in this case. So what we don't have is like a golden ticket opportunity here, right? Where we can just forge whatever we want. Can we request more? You have to be domain admin or in a specialized group to change delegation. So maybe I'm misremembering. We do the alt service trick here. So alt service, I was under the impression that alt service maybe. That would be handy. If we can do that, that would be cool. Let's try getting HTTP, and then we'll try with the alt service to see what happens. Sound good? Okay. Kibri. Good job, Taggart. Okay. Now let's try. let's try it with sifs. Because that would be crazy easy. Alt service sifs. Nice. Okay, so one last thing, which is, if we run PTT, it will run past the ticket directly into this session, right? It'll just inject it right in, which is interesting. Ticket successfully imported. Now, it says that the current token ID is still Carolyn Dawson. But if we run Rubius Paylist, actually, let's try triage. Yeah, it's in there somewhere. There it is. Right there. On LUID 71FF. So if we look for that logon UID elsewhere, it no exist. That's the only one that has that logon UID, which sucks because what that means is that the session I'm currently in doesn't have that ticket. And I want it to. You know what I mean? So what I want to basically do is remove the HTTP I want the sifs. Okay, so the sifs is still there. So what I want to do is, because think about this. Who am I? So I'm T2 Carolyn Dawson. If we do Rubius Paylist again. Nope, wrong one. Triage, my bad. You'll see that there are a bunch of people logged in. But the person that I care about is T2 Carolyn Dawson. This is us. Okay? And I want to use this. This is the login UID I want my new ticket to get injected into. So to do that, I'm going to take that login UID and do Rubius pass the ticket. And let me just make sure I have my syntax correct. Ticket, and then LUID. Yep. Okay, so Rubius PTT ticket, LUID. Let's paste that in now, and then go get the ticket name. which is this friend right here. Now, still says the token is that, but we run triage. Now, we should see that Carolyn Dawson's T2. Good God. That's a T1. No, that's still fine. Right? Yes. Yes, because, yeah. Okay. So now... this may not work. I'm not sure. I'll tell you what, here's what we will do, though. Watch this. Watch this. If we're not in a process of last UID, it doesn't work like that. What we're gonna do is make token. You'll see why in a second. And then the logon type is logon we'll do net only. See how it has a different token now? All right. Now we'll do Rubius triage. Oh, duh. Right, access is denied. Up to self. Okay. Sessions. Right, let's go get 6. Okay. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Now, sessions. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. I lost one of the sessions. Oh, no, 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 no! Son of a... This room, every time. I hate that. I hate that. So all of these were actually... Yeah, all of these died. Yeah, that's not working. Well, that is annoying, but... It's not reset, I don't think. So let's see. T2 Carolyn Dawson at THM work 1 try hack me .loc. It might take a second for this whole thing to boot up. Nope, that's wrong. Za. There we go. The domain controller's not up yet. God, that's frustrating. All right, well, while we're waiting for this, let's see if we can fill in some of this other stuff. So, unconstrained delegation. Is that what they were trying to say? No. I got used to speedrunning those rooms. I'm glad you can do that. So to specify who is allowed to delegate to it. Yeah, well, that is... resource-based constraint delegate. Is that what they're trying to say here? Yes. Thought there was some kind of alert when you're almost out of time. If you're looking at it. It's also, look at this, it's not a 2 hour, it starts at 90 minutes. Oh, hold on, I might have to reconnect to the VPN if the whole thing died. Does it... Let me see. Oh, I'll turn notifications on. Meanwhile... Okay, I guess it's only been up for 4 minutes, so we can forgive. These machines for not being up. just yet. Okay, so that's frustrating. What would we want to do as the next step? Once we... So the CIFS thing, what we're trying to do with CIFS is easily move to another part of the file system. But if we can't do that, what we'll do is we'll use the HTTP and WSMan services to use enter PS session, which is another thing you can do with those two services. Right, HTTP, because it's happening over WinRM, which is HTTP service. And WSMan is... Web Services Management. So again, this is how enter PS session works. So with those two, right, it allows us to head over. Maybe it's a set location. So that's kind of cool, right? So this is how we do this with PowerShell, as opposed to for WSMan rather than CIFS, which I think is kind of neat. Unfortunately, the domain controller is still not up. Did somebody kill it? Destination host unreachable. Destination host unreachable is not timed out. That means... No, I still have an IP address. Yeah, that means one of the routes is wonky. Agreed. All right, let's sudo system. Let's restart network manager just in case. No. Freaking try hack me. Every time. I need to stop relying on try hack me and use, like, this is why I need to set up this stuff in the lab, the actual lab, because this is just, it's too unreliable. Well, we may have to adapt, improvise and overcome here, and change it up. This is the stuff I wanted to practice on, but this room isn't going to do it. Nah. Well, that sucks. Okay, let's see what else we have available here. That I haven't done. Yeah, well. Some of these are old school. ADCS? Is this another network? Ooh, this isn't a network. It's just a machine. All right, I think we might have to... Oh my god. I'm 2 hours in. And this subject Chiron has been wrong the whole time. Yeah, okay. Pivot. Since this room is not working, first thing we're going to do is fix our DNS configuration. And connect to the usual TryHackMe network. And we will give this AD certificate templates room a shot. Now, this is part of what we want to talk about with abusing Active Directory, right? Which is, in addition to the Kerberos stuff, which is something I'm practicing on, Active Directory certificate services also kind of is, it's related and certainly a way to abuse Active Directory misconfigurations. So certificates are part of public key infrastructure. We've actually done streams on how to set up a public key infrastructure correctly, but this is when it's not set up correctly. And when you have certificates that allow you to authenticate to things that are not protected correctly. And in particular, things like enrollments that any user can get at, right? And this is based on the certified pre-owned research, right? From Will Schroeder and Lee Christensen. All right, this thing is up. Let's see if we can hit it. Not yet. But perhaps unsurprising. Okay, we're good. It's up. All right, so THM lunar.iruka.com. I try hack me but failed due to infrastructure issues. For real. For real. I can't wait to find out how heavily resourced or how under-resourced this machine is. Well, we might as well profiles. Let's make a new profile. Profiles, new MTLS 10.13.3.96 8888. Format is exe, and we'll call this try hack me. Profiles. Yep. Do profiles generate THM. Skeletal Red. Had a lot of fun with your web, of course. Well, thank you. Glad you did. Was wondering if you had any suggestions for general hacking material. That's too general. I can't give recommendations for that. You need to give me topics. General hacking? That's... I don't know what that means. As far as I'm concerned, web apps are general hacking material. You know what I mean? Like, I need that to be specified a bit more. General hacking material. I think that pine is a good soft wood if you want to take an axe to it. Birch also, although birch can be a little smoky if you're doing it for firewood. Starting point into network hacking. Learn networking. Understand subnets. Understand VLANs. Understand the OSI model. There are plenty of Metasploit books, and that's a great place to start as well. I don't remember the show. There's a character named General Specific. It was a private public. Okay. So, what do we have going on here? I'll tell you what, let's infect this thing with Sliver. Am I an admin? Yeah, I am. Okay. Very OPSEC safe. Okay, I've launched this high. Occasional ring. I love it. How often do you ring? Occasionally. Of course. Hey, Carrion. You know, it's funny. Your question was asked in the Discord this morning. The question, I am not at all good with web coding like JavaScript, PHP, HTML. Do I need to go back and master those languages and continue from there? Should just understand the concept to teach without mastering the language itself. Not everybody's going to give you the same answer on this. I think you do. at least I think you need to be able to write a web page in HTML and add JavaScript to it in order to understand things like cross-site scripting. Okay? And then once you get to the more complicated stuff like React apps, modern web applications that are written in a lot of JavaScript, the more you understand JavaScript, the better you will be at addressing those applications. We do that in the last part of PWST because the OWASP Juice Shop is written in Angular, which is a front-end framework, right? And we actually go through how you use the Chrome Inspector in order to understand what Angular is doing and how it will tell you more about the app than just Zap will or Burp will, because you have to look at what is being rendered in the browser. In terms of PHP or ASP, I think it's important for you to know how they work, not necessarily how to write applications in them, right? So for PHP and ASP, you need to understand their server-side languages, that you need to understand how those applications tend to get written, like WordPress. You have to, like, how is it connecting to a database? How can that be abused? What is going on to load data into the website so that it is rendered for you? It really matters that you understand that. And maybe that's why web app stuff is not appealing to as many people as I think that it would be, because I've been living in this world for so long, right, as a developer. But yes, I do think, like, you can get away with doing basic web app stuff without understanding all of that. But if you really want to find the subtle vulnerabilities, you have to understand how the applications are built. You do. I'm sorry that it's not easier. It's not easier. You know, when I started in my role, we weren't doing a lot of manual web app testing. We were using an automated tool to do most of the web apps that were coming through us for security assessments. And we write a lot of in-house stuff where I am, so that was a pretty high volume. The problem was that the false positive rate was, like, uselessly high. And the true positive rate, or the false negative rate, well, we don't know what the false negative rate was, right? But when we started doing manual tests, and basically that was just because, like, I'd been a web developer. And so I was like, I think I can do better than the machine here, John Henry style. Like, I think I could do better than the machine. And so I wanted to see if I could. And what happened was, after creating a process that other people could follow, our true positive rate went through the roof, and our false positive rate went down to the floor, and our false negative rate, again, is impossible to know in this case, but we don't have as much of a concern about it because we're doing this exploration. But the reason it works, the reason I find stuff, is because I understand how the application is built, right? Okay. Let's infect this thing. 10.13.96.3 8443 and occasional ring.exe out file or or.exe. That's not the right address. 10.13.6.96. 15.6.96. Wow. Don't know where that other one came from. Yeah, I wish that it were easier to get into web app hacking. And I guess that's why there weren't courses like PWST really before. I know that Like Nahamsec has a Udemy course. But the truth is that it's very much focused on, like, this is how you do bug bounty hunting, of course, right? And the deeper understanding of the applications are elusive. Most web devs don't concentrate on securing web. Don't generalize. I will say it is true that we have a problem in web development, actually all development, that secure coding practices are not taught as part of the education pipeline. It's something that happens later. You're absolutely right about that. It's not just web devs. All right, offensive ring.exe has happened. Let's get this going. Oh man, the profile's wrong. Yeah. 6.96. I have to recompile that whole thing. Get stop process. Oh god, what a terrible name! Sweet misogyny. Hey Sliver devs, maybe take that one out of the word list. By the way, there was a bug this week in Sliver. It only lasted for like a couple days because I was using the latest version of Sliver and reported it, and they fixed it within a day. But it was like 1.5.3.3, I think. They added this command line option to disable Shikata Ganai encoding. But they forgot to add those options in other parts of the app, and that caused a failure when you were generating profiles. Obviously, that has been fixed. There's our session. Okay, so okay. What are we doing in this room now that we have this up? A brief look at certificate templates. This is worth looking at. Windows Active Directory is not just for identity and access management, provides a significant amount of services. I'm talking about certificates. We usually think about the most common ones. Okay, so again, we're talking about certificates like TLS SSL certs. That's what we're talking about here. To get them, you generate a certificate signing request, and then it's signed by the certificate authority, either the root CA or more likely the intermediate certificate authority. Okay. So, excuse me. What does the user create to ask the CA for a certificate? Certificate signing request. What is the name of Microsoft's PKI implementation? Active Directory. Certificate services. one of the more annoying things to set up in Active Directory, and that's saying something. Okay. The first step in this path is to enumerate all certificate templates to identify vulnerable ones and understand what is required to exploit them. You don't have to do it this way. Let's see what Sliver has for us. Because don't forget, we installed all of that situational awareness stuff, all that ADCS. Yeah, look. SA ADCS enum. Let's run it. Wow, that worked great. You know what? Let's create a new Joplin note here. New note. Okay. And let's save our... I'm going to call it cert templates. Make a code block here, and then let's go copy all this. This is quite a lot of data. Yoink. And paste. All right, so let's see. Let's read this. So each one of these is a template, right? Yeah, there are no arguments here, unfortunately. So we're looking for vulnerable ones, which means we're looking for anything that we can enroll in as a regular user, in this case. Right? So access rights is what we're looking for. Enterprise admins, authenticated users. Yeah, it's a rough name. So domain admins have enrollment rights to the HTTPS web server. That's cool. Why? Oh wait, no, that was domain admins. Domain admins. I want to see. Okay, yeah. Oh no. Okay, so this one is user request. Okay. Okay, domain admins, Roman rights. Now, another tool that we can use, enrollee supply subject, yeah. Another one that we can use here. Yeah, so enrollee supply subject shows up 4 times. Authenticated users, that's NT authority. Rather than domain, so that's not quite what we're after. The next one here is for the user request. And enterprise admins again. What I really want to see, web server, is sub CA, domain admins again. Yeah. Okay. So things that are looking interesting so far, and I'm still learning how to read this. The command will output a bunch of output that may be difficult to read. We're looking for some key indicators. Right. So relevant permissions. You'll never find a... Yeah, allow control. We look for supply subject. So we kind of have that already. What AD group will allow all AD users accounts to request a certificate? Domain users. Yeah, so domain users is what we're looking for, because it noticed it was also not the domain. Yes, I know. Okay, so we actually have that for a user request for enrollment rights and supply subject. So that's cool. We can do a user request. EFS, but we don't have enrollee supply subject for that. And then for this one, yeah, that's our user. And subject requires directed path supplies. So looks like the cert template called user request has enrollee supply subject and has domain users here. Now, there's another way that we can find this stuff, which is with Certipy. How is it possible that I don't have Certipy? Oh, because this is a new Kali machine. Let's go get it. Oh, unless there's a... Oh, yes. There is. Okay. We'll run it with pipx. Pipx install Certipy 80. Thank you, pipx. Right, so what I'm doing here, in case you're not familiar with pipx, is anytime you can install a Python package with pip and it exposes a binary, pipx will create a virtual environment for it and handle dependencies and isolate the dependencies. Think of it like automated poetry for Python stuff. And it'll handle the path management as well. So I like crack map exec, things like that. I'll install all of that with pipx as opposed to installing it with pip. I have a PR in Certipy to Dockerize it. Why? It's not just, it isn't like using virtual env, it is using virtual env. It's just handling it for you. And now we have Certipy. So Certipy. So the way that Certipy works is we do Certipy find. And we'll do, our user was THM, right? The dependency issue that you, I mean, it depends on what your issue is, but the only dependency issue that I think you have is Python 3 venv for pipx. unless something went wrong with the install. Like, the entire point of pipex is that it isolates. Right. So how is this thing put together? We've got at lunar.eruka.com. So thm at lunar.eruka.com. And we'll let it ask us for the password, and then the DC IP is going to be this right here. DC, because we don't have that configure 10.10.24.36. Right. And PASS1 at. So hopefully ADCS is exposed correctly here, and Certipy can, oh, yep, working fine. So this is the other way that you can, or another way that you can get cert information. And by the way, there is a fork of there's a fork of Bloodhound that allows you to import ADCS information into it. But for now, we have the TXT. Right, so very similar to what we had in the other output, right? So again, this user request seems to show us domain users, right? And there's your enrollee supply subject. If you, so you want the forked version of Bloodhound that LIAC has here to make that happen. I'm not going to grab that right now, but it is kind of cool that you can do that. Now, am I crazy or... There's just find. And from there, we want to do a request, right? Nope, this is the dead. All right, so secret template enumeration. So what AD group will allow all domain joined users? No. What AD group will allow all domain joined... Oh, domain computers. Duh. Which KU allows us to use the generated certificates for Kerberos authentication. Client authentication. Which, by the way... we have that in HTTPS web server, and we have it in user request. So this user request is spicy, right? So user request is not only does it have enrollee supply subject, which means we can change it, right? We control the subject. Domain users can enroll and we can use it for authentication. That is delicious. So let's save that information, that the user request here is looking good. God, it's a lot of text. User request. Role E, subject, and client auth. Domain users. Yikes. Okay. What certificate template is misconfigured based on these three provided parameters? User request. Now we get to generate a malicious certificate. We don't have to do it this way because we have Certipy. But the question is, what are we going to generate a cert for? Well, let's... Now I'm wondering if I do want to use the Lyak Bloodhound. Because they are telling us to impersonate the SVC, but it would be cool to find that. Now, we also have situational awareness in Sliver to find out a little bit more about that, right? So if we go to SA... Oh. You can just impersonate any domain admin, though. Yeah. All right, let's just... Let's do it. And let's... Yeah, we'll run Bloodhound here. I'm going to clear the database from the exploiting AD room. That won't take too long. And let Sharphound do its thing. I can choose a... Yes, I can. Download to home. Documents, THM, ADCS, bh.zip. Hey, Shower. Thank you so much for the follow. And Ma Bell. What a great name. Thank you so much for the follow. Mole Concept, Mugmaster, Blue13137, Dalton, and InfoSec Cave. God, I missed a bunch. Sorry, I've been like in the zone. And Kenjito. Okay. Let's import our Bloodhound data. Not there. There we go. Documents, THM, ADCS. Wrong. Documents, THM, ADCS. I clicked too quickly. bh.zip, that's what I want. File created from incompatible collector. What? How is that possible? We just ran it before and it worked fine. Oh, actually, you know what? This might be newish. Too old, too new? Not sure. The built-in Sharphound might be the wrong might be the wrong version. That's important information. Okay. Well, so the good news is that's why we keep this one around. Oh, I can't believe I did that again. I think I've done that a number of times. Yeah. I just put it in the Sharp Collection folder because I downloaded Sharp Hound separately. There we go. Uh-oh. That's interesting. So if you don't pass it any arguments, Sharp Hound like that fails. Oh, so this is a known issue, Red Team Medic? That's good to know. Can fix the incompatible collector issue someday. Such a giant. Yeah, it is. Luckily, yeah, Sharp Collection isn't too rough to run through Sliver. Now, of course, we can also just do like net group domain admins, right? If we want to be cheeky about it. So there's this SVC GitLab. There's also administrator or whatever. Lot of domain admins. So they're using SVC GitLab, and that's fine. But what we're going to do is use Certipy to do this. So we're going to request comme ça. So we're going to do Certipy request, and the CA is going to be, we actually need the name of the CA, which is a difference, right? It's not the IP address. You have to name the certificate authority to make this happen, which is all the way at the tippity top here. Lunar LoonDC-CA. That is what we need to provide in this entry. Okay, and then the template that we are requesting is the user request. But we're going to use an alternative UPN, right? Or the subject. Yeah, because user supplies subject. That's the whole point. Is so template user request. And then the subject, and we do this in proper LDAP the CN is equal to svc.gitlab. The CN equals... I don't know if this is going to be... It's really a shame that we couldn't get Sharphound to run, because that would have solved a bunch of problems. Why didn't it work? Well, if we need to, we can use Bloodhound PY, which is always fun. Have I created Docker? Docker image ls. Bloodhound.py. I have created it. Okay, so... But I might need to update this thing. Git pull. Yeah. Docker image build t bloodhound.py. Build a new Docker image for this. The reason we're doing this is that Bloodhound PY has some weird dependencies, and so you build the Docker image here so it doesn't mess with anything else. It's actually the same dependency issue we were dealing with pipex, but in this case, we're using Docker because it doesn't expose a binary the same way. At least I don't believe it does. And yeah, it uses a specific version of Impacket. Oh, yo, look at that. So it ran. We just didn't get the data back. Okay. Try to get that into Bloodhound. Nope, didn't like that at all. That sucks. Maybe my Bloodhound is not new enough. Maybe that's what's going on. Perhaps I need to update my Bloodhound installation. I believe Certipy is the old Bloodhound param for this situation. It's not really what we're doing. I get what you're saying, though. Yeah, it's regular sharp pound. Oh, for the love of God. Vivaldi. Husky, you're the only one who knows what you're doing. I gotta clean this up. Right. Okay. Hey. Let's upload some data. There we go. Nifty. All right, we're making slow progress here. Now, the point... the reason we're doing this is to make sure we get the full LDAP name of the user. Make sure we get that correct. Because maybe it's in users, but maybe it's in a totally different OU, right? So we want to make sure that we're getting that right. We're using Bloodhound data to just confirm that. This is much slower. How large did they make this domain? Yeah, we're not doing this. We're not doing it this way. We're doing it with Certipy. So we're building this with the subject, svc.gitlab, and then we'll figure out the rest of it. And then we'll have a cert. Could use PowerShell if that's all you need from Bloodhound. I don't know that that's all I need from Bloodhound. All right, SVC GitLab. What you got? C. That's what we wanted, the distinguished name. Okay. Requesting certificate. Oh, what? I'm wondering if I'm mistyping the password. There it is. Okay. Alternative name? Yes. If we had administrative access when adding the snap in, which option would we select to use the machine account of the host instead of our authenticated account for certificate generation? Computer account, I guess. That's weird. Okay, so we have ourselves a cert. Oh, and now we're back to Rubius, so that's actually kind of cool. But we're going to use the certs, so to gitlab.pfx, and then we're gonna upload does it follow it's thm ADCS svc.gitlab.pfx. No. Oh, cause that's so interesting. That's very funny. Okay, now, we're gonna do Rubius ask tgt user svc.gitlab ink type AS256 certificate svc.gitlab.pfx, and then a file .gitlab.kirby. We have to provide a bunch of this other stuff because we're not in a domain, I think. Domain lunar.iruka.com. And the domain controller is going to be this thing, which... Ooh. So there's a client name mismatch. This isn't plain text, is it? No, it is not. All right, so let's go back to the request here and see what they're doing through the GUI and how we got it wrong. So the user principal name is not... that's an alternative. No, the subject alternative name. That's right. SVC GitLab at lunar.aruka.com. So, no, that looks good. And we're making the request. Well, let's see how it looks here. Nope, it's not what I want. Certificate authority. Thank you. Issued certificates. This user request here was our most recent. So let's take a look at this. GSZ and Security Renegade, thank you for those follows. So this was issued to svc.gitlab. Subject alternative name. That's the problem. Template name, subject. Shadow credentials. I don't want credentials. I want... it's got to be... It's UPN. It's UPN. Not subject. Certipy can specify the UPN when you request it, but it's taking the shortcut here when we're trying to use Rubius. Is it? I swear to God, if this thing died... No, it's still up. Well, let's see how it looks different if we do it their way, right? So they're saying, yeah. Right, so for personal, request new certificate. So, right. Request new certificate. If you want to use Certipy, root CA, target, VPN. Okay. Well, why is that? Hold on a second. But this appears to be the certificate that we wanted. Let's go back to issue certificates. What does this guy look like? Oh, hey, TGT request successful. Okay, but it didn't save it. Your out file arg is wonky. Yes. Thank you for the technical description of wonky, meaning missing a slash. Okay. So we've got our TGT now, which means that we can then what's the pipeline for ADCS? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I want to find out. So user impersonation through a certificate. So yeah, so we got the TGT, and now the possibilities are endless. So they're saying change password, which I suppose is possible. With this ticket. That's kind of cool. I actually didn't know. Yeah, if you want to alert the whole blue team. I was like, I don't think I want to do that. I do think I would like to. Can I just become? Yeah. You use the ticket to spawn a PowerShell as the user. Yeah, exactly. It's like, or not like you can do create net only as well, right? So if we do Rubius create net only, Yes, you have something that equates to authentication material without PFX in hand, though through PK in it, you can recover Kerberos NTL material too. Don't know how to do that yet, but that's neat. I'm working with a pretty limited set of knowledge here at this point, but I do know that I want c.gitlab.kirby and program. I wonder if this will work. Yes. Yes. Okay. So that was kind of a fun Sliver shortcut. I don't even have to steal a token. I just launched Sliver with that ticket injected. So sessions. Yeah, use 9B. So with that done, what do we think? I don't need a service. Let's run Rubius triage just to confirm what we have here. Nothing. Okay. Ah, nerds. You need to be a high integrity. That's, of course, that's true. Okay, but I have the ticket now. Okay. What do you want to have to do? I mean, we have to basically elevate privileges to domain admin. So I guess my question, I'm just blanking on how to impersonate the user in such a way. Well, I've got the TGT. Previous K-list. There we go. Am I good? Like, can I? The trick is that where am I going? Because it's the same machine. I wanna create a new Use it to run commands as the user. That's basically what I want to do. I want to run commands as the user. At this point. Small new PowerShell. Ooh. So, yeah, there we go. I'm trying to get to... They're saying change password. I don't really want to do that, though. Okay, hang on a second. So if we... run Rubius and do a create and only to Commander PowerShell. Okay, so that's what you're saying. Okay. Except... I don't... That did not work. And... I believe that's because I need a user. Well, it's good to know that I don't know this stuff as nearly as well as I thought I did, and I didn't even think I knew it that well. But that's what we're here for. Thank you, Adonis. Nope. Oh, is it username? Not user? Yeah. Explicit creds require password domain. Because we don't have the password, right? The whole point is we don't have the password. And domain lunar.iruka. Yeah, this won't work because we don't have the password. That's like the point. So this does work though, right? The thing that they're telling us to do is to change this password. So you can get the user hash and use that instead. Well, that's true. It's a fair point. It's a little stealthier. Access is denied. They are using Credential Guard on this system for this very specific reason. That's very funny. Okay. All right, so elevation of system, we'd have to do it a little bit trickier. Because by default, yeah. I doubt it very much that this is going to work, but never hurts to try. No. Whoa. So I myself have not combined Certipy with previous students a long way. So like, well then, Husky, how do you do it, right? Like, if you've got the cert, what comes next? Authenticate. There it is. Certipy auth and then PFX. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so certify auth. Oh, and then we get the hash. But right. Okay, obviously that's the way to go. That's obviously the way to go. I'm not trying to be slavish to Rubius, so I'm just trying to learn it, but for ADCS, this seems like oh, actually, no. In this case, it's not THM, it's svc.gitlab. Oh. The provided username does not... Oh. Huh. No. Interesting. So if we do this... Oh, Gebs, I missed your question. Oh, snap, that worked. That's cool. Okay. So back over here. What we can do is... What is it? Hashes or hash? I always forget. Hash. Nope. AES256 hash. Thank you. AES256. So we're going to do... And actually, so... GitLab. We're going to try it this way. So... sm.exe, and then I still need the ticket though, right? GitLab.Kirby yes 256. No? Wait, sorry. This is unnecessary. I'm a domain admin, right? So I have a bunch of options here. .10.10.24 36. Username is svc.gitlab. The hash is going to be there, and the domain is lunar.iruka.com, and the X is going to be users THM downloads sem.exe. Hey, look! A new session popped. Not sure why I don't have a username. That's kind of funny. Ah. Out of curiosity, can I get system from here? We don't need it to finish the room, but I'm just curious. Yes, we can. Okay, so the DIS can do it. That's cool. All right, cd c users administrator. I can't type. Cat flag.txt. Hey. Okay, so the attack pipeline there. Let's kind of take our notes and finish this up. So svc.gitlab, and then Certipy. First thing we did was we did what? We did Certipy rec for the user was THM, but the UPN was svc.gitlab, right? That was kind of up first. Seems like you get the privilege as well. Ask TGT, user administrator certificate, cert PFX password. Password. The whole point is we don't have the password for the user that we're impersonating, right? Like, that's why we went through all this. So the trick was we got the cert. Oh, the PFX password. I see what you're saying. cc.gitlab, and then that's not the entire command, but obviously we like need the DCIP. And actually, it's more like THM at and then, or no, at lunar.iruka.com, right? And then, yeah, give it the DCIP. Let me check that. Let's add the flag and call it a day here first. And then we'll do the cleanup, make sure that we actually have this thing. Cool. Negations and fixes. Don't, yeah, check your templates basically. All right, fun. That's that room sorted. So then, how did we make this happen? Certify rec. Whoa, what the? Huh? I'm just losing my mind over here. Don't mind me. All right, let's do it this way. Let's create a shell block. And say, okay, so it's... So request bogus cert. Then we authenticate with it rather than doing the TGT thing with Rubius, just because this allows you to do the whole pipeline. Get hash. And then we can use crack map exec or anything else to passing the hash. That was kind of it. Hi, Kester. Look above your comment. That's the Discord I'd recommend. There are a few others, but I think ours is really solid. We talk so much about career-focused stuff that last night we did a resume review. If you want the steps to implement these vulnerabilities in ADCS, and I have those in hand. Husky, let's talk later, and I'll see if we can put together an Ansible playbook to make them so that it's possible. That'd be a fun one. So the other, somebody was saying you could do Rubius AskTGT password, PFX password. So user administrator certificate. Yeah, and then pass the ticket. So my question then for for that version of it is, let's go back to let's say that I have, where's my Rubius? Okay, so let's say that I try that. So I Rubius ask TGT, which totally makes sense, but then ask TGT, the PFX is the svc.gitlab.pfx, and then the username. So I don't know if I can use this for authentication purposes, is the trick. We can find out. Client authentication. Yeah, you can. Okay, so username svc.gitlab, and then certificate, not PFX. A user. Okay. That was my question. Once you get the ticket, you run those commands. Current security context not associated with an active. Oh, hold on a second. Yeah, that's right. That's so. Oh, that's interesting. We only get one at a time. That's why you create a sacrificial process. Yeah. But or sacrificial token. Oh, but that we're not in an Active Directory forest apparently, even though I always use PK init on a Linux box. Okay. I don't know how to do that yet. I'm still learning this stuff. Yeah, and that's not... I still have to learn how to do that. But for Rubius, right, so if we... That's weird, though, what just happened. I'm enrolled in CRTO. I have, like, that capability. I just haven't done it yet. Thank you, though. That worked fine. So for whatever reason, the other user session... so now if we do Rubius klist... oh, I forgot to do PTT. That worked. That's cool. So it'll still say that I'm this, but if I run... If I fire off a shell here, no, that didn't translate. I do think there's a way to do it though. But with Sliver, I think we have to do it slightly differently. So it's like this. Who am I? Right. So we don't want to do make token. There's still this typo in Sliver, by the way. Who must provide a username and password. If you run PowerShell like that, will not share for Kerberos ticket. Yeah, because it's network, right? That's the whole problem. You're trying to access another machine. Yeah, that's right. That was my confusion too. Okay, thank you, Adonis. That clarified why I was bumping on that. Right, because if you're doing net only, then you can navigate elsewhere, because that's Kerberos auth. But for local stuff, that's not going to play ball. Thank you. Yes. Okay, that explains that. But let's say we did want to create a net only. Let's say we did. So there is a way to do that through Sliver. It's just a little bit different. So make token requires a username and password. Right. So if you do that, let's say we did Rubius create net only. Well, that's not with the certificate though. So you'd still do the ask TGT with a certificate, and then Rubius create net only ticket svc.gitlab Kirby. And then program. Let's just call it notepad.exe. Right, now, if you get the... Well, check this out. We're going to steal the token because we're going to impersonate. So with impersonate, which is the equivalent of Cobalt Strike's steal token, oh, it has to be a logged in user. I think we might have to be system for that. So let's become that. We have a system shell. Okay. Yo, SVC GitLab has stuff running. Right. So if we impersonated, say, process ID 2228, that ran as, yeah, that's so good. svc.gitlab, come on. There it is. Okay. So that does work. You can, it's just a matter of pulling it in that way. So that's the equivalent of steal token in Cobalt Strike. Whew. Okay. Friends, it has been a long stream, and I am ready to sit down. So Oh, you know what's cool? Theo is on right now, so I think we will raid Theo since he's done so much raiding of us in the past. All right, thank you so much for hanging in there with me. Yeah, I'm starting to understand some of what's going on with the Active Directory stuff. Next week, we'll be doing some more blue team. I gotta get back to my roots here, but this has been fun. All right, so for now, we're gonna say goodbye. Thank you so much. We're gonna raid Theo here, and I will see you next time, friends. Be good to yourselves, be good to each other, and happy hacking. We'll see ya.